Hello people, hi, welcome to the stream. Let me make sure that everything is working. Okay, this is incorrect. Okay. Stupid camera out of focus again, because of course it is. Yep. All right. Yes, so what are we doing today? I shipped a Windows version of my Hitboxer program. Let's check at it. Let's look at it. Here it is on GitHub, all that, and somebody already like started the new release, which is cool. It has an issue though, which is not particularly critical, but let me build it. Yeah, but the thing is, when you resize the program, you get this. Like TLDR is that it blocks, the main thread blocks until you stop resizing, and then it resizes when you release your mouse. Or another thing is that when you move the program off screen and you move it back, you see how like a corner or a part of it gets erased, and you get this behavior until you kind of release the button. And well, it happens because we process Windows callback events like in the same thread where we draw and handle inputs. So TLDR is that, yeah, we will be trying to move the message loop into another thread. Hey Foxy, hello. Yeah, I'm gonna try to move the message loop into another thread, and with the condition that I don't want to change the API of create window. Well, hopefully at all, right? So the idea is to go through Casey's example, the dangerous thread crew, read it kind of in depth, and see if I can, maybe create a window in a separate thread, then just return a handle and keep working with it, just as I used to. Maybe since I'm also waiting on the input, maybe I won't even have to synchronize the threads, but who knows? Maybe I will have to. So we will see. that's kind of the idea. There was also like Ash from Secret Beta Discord who said that I can just manually set window rect, call set window rect in the thread, in the main thread, and I will get the resizable ability, but then I might lose some accessibility features like moving the window with arrow keys or snapping it like that. Right? So we're gonna try to do it properly, and if that will be too hard, then we will maybe fall back to doing hacks. So yeah, I guess that's the agenda. What's the license? Okay, Casey licensed it under Meet, which is very cool. The baby. Yeah, I've watched the VOD from 2021 where Casey was explaining this whole to John, where you have the baby. Okay. Yeah. How much lines of code? Okay, it's 200 lines of code. It's not that much. What is pragma comment? Is this just like link with these libraries? GDI. Just register in the class, message loop. Yeah, MSVC only, I see. Okay, char. Oh, and you post to the thread. Huh. Okay, here's WinMain. At startup, you create one hidden window used to handle requests to create or destroy windows. There's nothing special about this window. It only exists because Windows doesn't have a way to do remote thread call without a window handler. So this is the same thing as I did to have tray icon events. I also created a fake window because I needed to attach the callbacks somewhere. You could instead just do this with your own synchronization primitives if you want it. This is just the easiest way to do it on Windows because they've already built it for you. So you create stock object, DTC class. So you create the window, and then you create the thread. Once the service window is created, you can start the main thread, which is where all your app code will actually happen. Okay. Hey, Rectum of Justice, computer man. Hey, yeah. I am the man who lives in your computer. Hello. Right. So we create the thread. Main thread ID. So I'll need to check the signature of this procedure function to see what it does. This thread can just idle for the rest of the run, forwarding messages to the main thread that it thinks the main thread wants. Okay. Char, key down, quit, blah, 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 post thread message. Okay. Hey, Zelmogazi. Zelmogazi. Does this solve the issue when during resizing the window? Yes, exactly. So this is the current behavior, and we want to avoid it. Yeah. So I want to do this, but kind of backwards. So maybe I'm creating the thread. In that thread, I will create a window, and then I will return this window back. So, and maybe that's gonna work. In this case, I won't have to change anything about how window creation and input module work. Right, so main thread. So main thread is a callback. Yeah, the app, kind of the app code. You just do everything the same, but instead of calling create window, destroy window, you use send message to do it on the other thread. Using the create dangerous window and destroy dangerous window user messages. Otherwise, everything proceeds as normal. So here we create a class and we create a regular window. This would be handle if you cared. And this is like a regular one. So yeah, we pick the message, and if we get car or close, we send the message to the service window. Oof. This is just like paints the window of something. And what's that? Display window proc. Where is it attached? Where do we attach it? Yeah, okay, it's on the main thread, this one. This is an example of an actual window procedure. It doesn't do anything but forward things to the main thread, because again, all window messages now occur on the message thread, and presumably we would rather handle everything there. You don't have to do that. You could choose to handle some of the messages here, but if you did, you would have to actually think about whether there are race conditions with your main thread and all that. So just post message thread W, everything gets you out of having to think about it. Okay, so whatever we have, result. What is the reason for the whole image being cleared when resizing, but only partially when going off screen? Well, I guess that's just what Windows does by default. Like that's I guess what default window proc does, I think. Like, what's the reason? I don't know, to be honest. But I think Windows thinks that, okay, we go off screen, then we just mark that region that goes off screen as dirty. And it's maybe so that the application knows, like, okay, some part of the screen is obscured, we don't have to render the whole thing, you know, maybe something like that. And kind of when you drag stuff, your entire screen gets dirty because, you know, maybe you want to resize your controls, maybe you want to do different layout, right? If you're doing the flexible kind of situation or what, so the Windows just marks the whole rectangle as dirty. So I think that's the logic behind it. And so here from the display proc, that again is being attached on the main thread, the one we create separately. it just gets forwarded to where? Or to main thread ID. So here. That's weird to me. I will need to think about it. Mildly annoying. If you want to specify a window, you have to snuggle the parameters yourself, because Windows doesn't let you forward a goddamn window message, even though the program is called Windows. It's in the name, let me pass it. Yeah, so he passes window as a wparam. Ah, I see. So it's just... Okay, I think I see where it's going. Yeah. And service window proc is the one I think being attached to the fake window. Yeah, to the fake window. Where is it? Yeah. This is not really a window handler per se. It's actually just a remote thread call handler. Windows only really has blocking remote thread calls if you register Windows proc for them. So that's what we do. This handles create dangerous window and destroy dangerous window, which are just calls to do create window and destroy window where on this thread, here on this thread, when some other thread wants that to happen. Okay, so we handle custom events. We create the baby. We cast to wparam to the baby. And the baby is... This is a... These are parameters for create window. Yeah, and we just call create window with these parameters. And if destroy window, we just handle wparam to... Yeah, okay. All right. 1337, so it's like lead. What's that? Bitwise tackled the same problem in his platform layer. Here I don't really understand everything going on, but it works. Oh, is Bitwise the guy with like a text editor or something, YouTube series? Yeah.
Did you remember you guys were here earlier when I was talking about why I want to use fibers? You can actually see the problem right here. Note when I hold down, so I'm going to start
fibers.
My mouse, but I'll now left click on the window and start dragging and not let go. Can you guys notice the window, debug window isn't updating anymore? It's because it's inside a recursive message loop, and it's actually never going to return until I let go, which is why you're not seeing updated X, Y, and Z coordinates. So this is actually like a test case to make sure that we're properly yielding to the main loop. And now it's going to get back, yeah. So that's garbage. Same thing happens with resizing. It's all like modal recursive message loop. Same thing also happens, I believe, with this.
So let's go to the forums. Oh shit, the link is dead. Right. Yeah, I think the direct link is dead. I mean, it's 2016, but it's not like Windows APIs have changed or anything, right? So it's mostly the same.
When you're inside this sys menu.
But yeah, what did he do? Let's click around. Oh. Yeah, Casey mentioned fibers, I think, in the video, but...
So, it should be void stars.
The fuck? Are we in a black hole? I don't know, it was 9 years ago, okay? So will fiber let me to do it in a single threaded kind of situation.
I see. So this is actually... Okay, so this is actually working.
Okay, I might watch it later.
It's because...
Right, I will leave it somewhere here. Thanks for the link. And we can also look at fibers here. Unit of execution that must be manually scheduled by the application. I don't want to write a fiber scheduler. Yeah, I'll look at what he does, I guess, off stream. But here I kind of want to check out this multi-threaded approach. So first of all, in my case, Windows here, I'm calling like create window, and I do that on the main thread. What's gonna happen if I Shigeman, are you aware of Windows Power Tools app that does similar mapping process? I'm not entirely sure what you mean. Hello, welcome. Not entirely sure what you mean. I know what Windows Power Tools are, but I'm not sure what functionality you're referring to. So what if here, instead of returning the window, I create a thread. In that thread, I create a window, and then I just block here until the window comes back, and then I return the handle to the window. So, you know, for my kind of main loop, nothing changes, but it means that window kind of event loop will be happening on a separate thread. Keyboard manager, remap a key. Oh, I see what you mean. You mean for the program, for my program. Yeah, I mean, maybe it does. But I've never tried it. I'm not sure how fast it does it. Right? And also, will you like install a whole like big application that does a lot of things if you only need this, right? Also, remapping keyboard, and I'm sure it can't do that, right? Power Tools, I'm pretty sure it can't do opposite and neutral. So it can't cancel two keys out, and it can't do this thing, right? This kind of the main functionality. And then I will also do mouse mapping and then hopefully controller mapping. So this one will be way more specialized. Yeah. Okay, let's try to do that. Yeah, but I mean, yes, I mean, simple remapping is not that hard. it's not the core functionality. It's just, you know, a little bonus you get because it's just convenient to do. Anyway, so there is a create thread, and I have it opened here. Let's look at the parameters. So we have 2 zeros at the start. Security attributes and size. Initial size of the stack in bytes. If parameter is 0, new thread uses the default size for the executable. Okay. And security attributes, structure that determines whether the returned handle can be inherited by child process. whether the returned handle can be inherited. Oh shit, what's that? Is null, handle cannot be inherited. I don't know what this means. The security descriptor members of the structure specifies a security descriptor for the new thread. If it's null, thread gets default security descriptor. The ACL in the default security descriptor for the thread come from the primary. I don't know, like, I just read words. Words said something. I didn't understand a thing, so I'll just pass in 0 here. Thread start routine. Okay, this is cool. And then drv alias mem. What the fuck is this? It's 1, 2, 3, 4th parameter. So service window. So this is the window. Where is it? Yeah. A pointer to an application defined function to be executed by the thread. Oh, 1, 2, 3, yeah, and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. LP parameter. A pointer to a variable to be passed to the thread, and the flags that control the creation of the thread. And flags can be create suspended state, and does not run until the resume thread function called. And stack size param is a reservation. And thread ID, we also have thread ID, right? So we have thread ID. A pointer to a variable that receives the thread identifier. If this parameter is null, the thread identifier is not returned. Is there a public record of how many lines of code Roller Coaster Tycoon had? Ooh, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Can't tell you. But why are you? I wonder, why do you need this information? Just out of curiosity. Do you have create thread? Okay, we have create. Oh, we actually have threads module in Jai. Look at that. Because we are using CRT, we need to call begin thread X. Entry proc thread create suspended. Window thread ID. I guess maybe we can use Jai's threading module for that. Thread init. What do we have here? We have some kind of thread struct and proc. We have an index proc data workspace. Oh, okay, this is for compile time execution. Starting context, temporary storage, allocator used for temp. We can have a thread group and some kind of a stack trace, and then OS specific. I think OS specific will be a handle, and yes. Because it was written in x86 assembly completely. I see. I would expect it to be released earlier than in 2000 then. Maybe like in 90s, but in 2000, like Quake 3 was already a thing, you know. Yeah, I wonder why would they do it completely in x86 assembly. Let's check it out. Now I'm curious. Yeah, 1999. So not quite 2000, but yeah, still a bit late. Here we have it. Okay, the game was developed in a small village, 99% in x86 assembly for the Microsoft macro assembler. Yeah. That's cool. Okay, so do we use Jai threads for this, or do we just raw dog Win32 once? Have thread start. We have some semaphores. Okay, I'll probably dismiss that for now. I'll just call create thread and raw dog Win32. And when we have like a proof of concept or something, we can figure out how to integrate it. Yeah, Voxic, and yeah, because I think I don't want to, like both learn an abstraction that Jai provides and also underline underlying infrastructure. So I just raw dog the actual thing for now. Also, since nice. Emacs, can you? Okay. Also, since Casey creates a service window and actually passes it here, 1, 2, 3 as a fourth parameter, right? Like 1, 2, 3, 4. So starting address, right? No, he passes a window there. thanks, Trace Macusdev. Tracy Macusdev. That's a hard name to pronounce, but thank you. Yeah, so he passes a window. Hate symbol, yeah, true. Happy people is apparently a hate symbol. Why do we pass a parameter? Let's again check out the main thread. Here's the L param. Service window, and we send message to we don't even do anything with the param. Oh, service window. Okay, how do we use it? Why do we need it? Is this okay, here it is. It's because the white space. Yeah. So we use it to send messages about okay, I see. Right, so we send messages to the service window about create window and destroy window, and then this thing service window proc, it just creates windows or destroys windows. All right. Hey Ahmed, hello. How's it going? I mean, it's going fine. we are trying our best to understand the situation. So we create a window here. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use my fake window that I create for tray as my service window because I already have it. Right? Or not? Oh, create hidden window. Ooh, do I? Parent. Do I even use it as a parent? I don't use this as a parent, which is cool. DT like that. I don't need that. Then create hidden window. This means that platform after window created. It means I don't need it here, right? And it means that I can move all of this to the init. And it means I don't need anything here. Like platform init, we do this. We try to find the window. If the window, then we do this. We create hidden window, process handle, get module handle w, tray info, tray window. Let's actually rename tray window. Failed to create tray icon. Do I care? Yeah, I do, because turn false and failed to create like this. Hi Neon Dev, hello. Just watched your or else on YouTube. It was nice. Thank you, I appreciate it. I actually, I haven't posted or else anywhere, but I've ported or return, which is way harder, and I actually posted that on GitHub separately, and I even use it in this project. Oh shit. But yeah, thanks for the kind words. I appreciate it. I see a lot of new people today in the chat. Did someone shout me out, or is it just like algorithm being nice to me? Platform init, if not tray window, return false, and I were in the sidebar. Nice. That's where I belong. Let's present as tray window, rename it to service window. Hidden service window. Yeah. And service window, I think I will store it globally, right? So this will be just simple equals, and tray info, we do service window, which will be handle. Yeah. And let's see where platform init after window creation. I don't think I need it anymore. I mean, let's leave the signature for now. Not all control, return. Log error, return false, yeah. Huh, it just simply worked. It just works, nice. Okay, that was a simple refactoring. Hey Leonte, hello. Twitch stream titles, what? That's bullshit. Oh, it does, holy shit. I know why it does. I know why it does. It's because I wanted to change the stream title, but my Windows blue screened. Thank you for the heads up. Feels like Jai is gonna come out soon and you... I'm sorry, yeah. We're not doing Linux today. I apologize for everyone who got debated. So I updated the stream title on YouTube and then Windows blue screened. So I never did that on Twitch. Yeah, welcome, John. Welcome, Leonte. And everyone else. I'm sorry. Yeah, Linux was yesterday. Yeah, so I figured it out. Apparently my Windows blue screens when it goes idle for too long. So as long as I'm sitting in front of the computer, as long as I'm doing something on the computer, it works. But as soon as I leave it idle for, I think, 10 minutes, I think latest update fucked it up or something. Probably when the system tries to go idle, you know, like turn the monitor off or something else, some kind of a system process crashes and I blue screen. Windows, am I right? Yeah. This way, Windows just, you know, tells me that I need to sit in front of the computer and work. Yeah, no breaks allowed. No breaks longer than 10 minutes. Otherwise you get blue screen and it's not just blue screens, it blue screens and then it doesn't let me boot back. It does something with the UEFI bootloader so that I have to then load into Linux, then reboot again, and only then it would let me load back into Windows. So it like it really dies. Like it properly fucking dies. Which is like, I don't know. Wait, what? Okay, it's fine. So yeah, no breaks. Anyway, where's my platform init? Let's space it up a little bit. CIA bootkit acting up. True. So we're trying to find the window. We can't find it. We create service window, then we return. Yeah, and then when we go into create window, I have a separate create window that I just wrap a normal create window and set time begin period. Here I want to create a thread. Right, so create thread, and first two are zeros, then main thread, which is like a procedure, like proc, service window 0 and main thread ID. Right, this is what it does. Yeah, and the window. Now, so this is my synchronization mechanism, right? While not This is how I'm gonna synchronize the threads. Until this thread creates my window. Yeah. The window. Is it? Do I have it globally? Yeah, it's globally in the in here. Yeah, create window. So do I? What sort of loop happens when you resize? Why doesn't it just send resize message every time the resize changes? It does change. It does send message every time resize happens, but it sends it in the message proc that's in the same loop, right? It also sends WM paint, which I guess it expects you to paint in the resize loop, but I mean, nobody paints in the fucking window proc. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you get, I think, WM paint, and you can theoretically paint in the callback, but I mean, come on, nobody does that. Nobody fucking responds to WM paint. Because you don't want your render messages you don't want your renders be spread out. You want to render at a v-blank or whatever in a, you know, in one place. You don't want to render all over the place. And the message loop otherwise empty. So I guess it will maybe send when you like move the window off screen or whatnot. Yeah. I mean, you probably can render on resize too, not only on WM Paint, but I mean, yeah, come on, it's stupid. Nobody does that. Hey, Mr. Tram, welcome to the stream. Welcome. Do you have anything on YouTube now? Move it away. It's usually what you want when you have multiple windows to deal with. I see. Because each window gets its like paint separately, right? I don't know, I feel like in this case you would just have multiple like proper render loops per window instead of responding to WM Paint or something. I don't know. Like I spent the entire evening and tomorrow and today like morning by listening to Casey and John ranting about how bad Windows event driven architecture is, and I'm fully black-pilled. I'm fully black-pilled and ready to hate on Win32 API today. It is kind of warm, so yeah, I can see that. But I guess we definitely need to run at least one of them in a separate thread, so we get like so we don't block on resizes, and that's what I want to try and do. Where yeah, WM size here. Wait. Yeah. Fuck. Stupid ad breaks. Where is it? I need like a better way to see when ad break is in progress. I think it's back, right? I think we're back. But yeah. Yeah, I see. Well, we'll test a few ideas today. First of which is to create our main window in a separate thread and then post messages from it to the main thread and see how it goes. We'll just do multiple like things and see what sticks. For example, here what Casey does is he actually handles WM size here, but he sends those to main thread ID. That will actually handle those right here. Yeah. Where's the size? Where's size? Yeah, I know. We'll see. I just want to do stupid things and observe how it explodes right in my face. So main thread ID is gonna be, it is some kind of an integer, right? Thread long pointer to div word. Yeah, so this is a U32. Yeah, pointer to U32. And main thread proc is just a procedure. Main thread. Yeah, so it's just W word that accepts long pointer to void. LP void is just pointer to void. Yeah. Where do we have? We have like a tray proc here. Let's create another one somewhere on top of it. Main thread proc is gonna be is gonna accept a param which is pointer to void, and it's gonna return U32. And it's also gonna be a ccall one, right? And it's actually gonna create a window, right? So the window equals to, so it basically we're gonna do this. Yeah. It's gonna basically do that. Oh, wait. In his case, the thread proc, it doesn't actually create window. It sends the message back to the service window so that it creates. Now I'm confused. But if it sends a message to create window back to the main thread, wouldn't then the main thread be blocked from resizes again? Oh, it will, but we, okay, I see. So we block the main thread with resizes, but we draw in a second thread. So I want to draw in the main thread and have the second thread deal with resize events. And Casey does it the other way. Casey blocks the main thread, but the render thread happens separately. Okay, I see. Yeah, here like bleed situation. This is where it happens. Yeah. Why people choose this for? I mean, this is probably a style. Most likely just a style. It's, you know, to, first of all, hello, how we yesterday ported OpenGL, right, example, and Martin's, the guy I ported the example from, he would do, instead of doing struct field, right, he would write, he would do this instead, which is exactly the same shit. It's just probably what how he learned C and how he got used to writing it. Compilers might prefer one to the other. I don't know. This feels like a I don't think it really matters. Definitely not in like 2025. Yeah, I highly doubt that. This would be such a weird ass arcane knowledge. Oh, you never write while loops because they're slower than for loops. You know what I mean. You checked on Godbolt for Clank and it's the same assembly. Yeah, I would expect that. I think it's just purely a stylistic choice, right? Same as here. Well, in here, I guess, you know, like this is longer, but it's also super explicit, right? Then you can just do, oh, address off. And you have this like weird punctuation. And you know what? It's interesting that this makes it more greppable. You can grep for ampersand, open parenthesis, and a star. And if you are consistent in your code style, you can find all parts of your program that take an address of a dereferenced field. Right? Wait, my wife messaged me. I need to oblige. 1 second. I was talking with my wife over Messenger, and I wanted to send her happy people, and I misclicked and sent her sad people. And now he's worried that something happened to me. She's worried that something is happening to me. Never send your wife a sad people face, because she will be worried. Let me catch up on the chat. Probably compiler optimized it, but Casey was asked this question on Handmade Hero, and his answer was that while 1 has comparison operator, but 4 doesn't. I would expect compiler to remove the comparison operator if it sees while 1. Let me remove that. I mean, maybe compilers didn't do that in 2014. I could see that not happening like 11 years ago. Yeah. I mean, maybe. I mean, I'm not gonna like fucking argue with Casey about such things, right? But I would expect in 2025 compilers to do that. And now in 2025, you actually have Godbolt, so you can just verify it, right? But I wouldn't worry about it. I wouldn't really worry about it. I would definitely just write while loop here, but only because I'm like a Python cock, right? So in Python you write while true, and that's how I'm used to do it. Godbolt was made in 2012. Holy shit. Well, as usually, I am super outdated on everything. But anyway, so we create the window. So this is where I diverge from Casey. I want to create my window in a separate thread, and I want my window proc to be in a separate thread. So I want my main thread to get unblocked. And let's see what happens if I just run the program. I expect it to just die. Not all control paths return. What the main proc returns? Main thread ID for exit process. What? Just doesn't return anything. I'll just return 0. I create thread mismatch in levels of indirection. Type wanted. So this is null. Main thread proc is gonna be XX. Type wanted pointer to void. Type given blah blah blah. Type wanted S32 got U32. Okay, let's do it S32. I don't. Okay, cannot call into a native procedure from C call without using push context. Okay. Push my context. I assume we just crashed. Yeah. Rise exception. And what exception was that? I wonder what kind of exception that was. Create handle. Okay, so we crash, we explode, just as expected, but we explode in strays exception. Okay. We're not trying to be smart here. I guess it's the opposite. We're trying to be stupid here. Well, at least me. At least I do. Where's the create window? Create hidden window, create window. Right, so we are creating the window. Let's run it with debugger, just see where it crashes. Of a non-user breakpoint instruction. Can I have, please, ooh, shit. Where's my call stack? Yeah, I would have increased the font, but I don't really know how. Let me check it out. Window layout, no, style, okay. So this is the style of UI font. Let me make it bigger. Is this good enough? I think it is good enough. Maybe a little bit more, right, like that. What's that? Oh, it's scroll bar size. No, scroll bars, I want it to be slightly smaller. Text font, okay. I think this is good enough. And that's gonna be it, right? Yeah. So call stack. Fucking OpenGL. We crash when we create OpenGL context. People. I bet I recall something really vaguely about OpenGL not liking like multi-threading applications, like on Windows. You see, we crash when we create the context for the window. Let's move here. OpenGL must be in the same thread as the main window. Oh, fuck. So if I want to move the creation of the window to a separate thread, I can't then create an OpenGL context for this window in the main thread, right? So current context is per thread. So if you create a context in one thread and then try to touch it from another, you need to make the window context current. Yeah, but here I can't even create it, right? So it crashes when I try to choose pixel format. So I can't even create the context. Ah, wait a second. Maybe I created the thread, right? Let me WGL create context. So it does some things, some words being said, while true. Attempt to choose the pixel format until... Oh, so we create the context and then we... Yeah. So it does get current in the main thread, and after that it tries to choose the pixel format. So as Thrasymachus, let me know how to pronounce your name, please. Thrasymachus. As Thrasymachus said, as soon as we try to touch OpenGL context from our main thread, we fucking crash in the driver. Right? So, yeah, so this means I will, to just hack it in, I might go to the gl.jai inside of like jai distribution and hack in like a thread ID here or something, right? Just maybe some of those, like create context or make current, maybe one of them just supports thread ID that was given to me. This was a problem in Doom 3. Did Doom 3 crash because of OpenGL or something? I don't remember that as a kid. Yeah, current context is per thread, so if you create context on one thread and then try to touch it in another, you need to make the window context current in the other thread. Ooh. But once you've created the context, as long as you pass the multi-threaded flag to the context, you can then make it current in another thread. Okay, let me check. What does this mean? So WGL make current. Let's check its signature. Was the flag to... Okay. Let me do that. So WGL create context. Huh? What the fuck is this? Why do we create another window? Why do we create another window? Some kind of a bootstrap. Ah, it's this garbage where you create a context for OpenGL 1 and then you... right? Yeah. And this gets created in... yeah, oh, fuck me. Fuck me. Choose pixel format. Bootstrap, create context, defer current. So I need to create a bootstrap window also to the, like, in the other thread. So I need to move this whole situation. Doom 3 interviews. Okay, let me open that. I will probably read that later. Oh, yeah, it's long. I will read that later. Thank you a lot. Appreciate it. Okay, so it seems like we need to move all of this to another thread as well, like WGL create context. WGL create context, it gets called from got to go fun. Yeah, thank you very much for stopping by and for the useful information. Let me get the exercise ball because I need some blood flowing into my brain. Fucking scheiße. Oh, блядь. Yeah. Some people need programming socks, and I need programming balls. Or one ball. Here, set render target, right? This is the one we call from main, right? So let me go here. Man, I like RemedyBG so much. Not gonna lie, yeah. So we call simp set render target, and I guess maybe we should do that in the other thread as well, in the same thread where we create the window. Maybe let's just try to YOLO it. If you were using C or C++, I'd suggest using glue to simplify things on Windows. I mean, you know, that's the whole thing, is that I want to learn how it all works. I don't really want any dependencies for stuff like getting OpenGL context. I certainly don't want to like link against glue or like glad or whatever there is. Yeah, we're raw dogging shit here. Let me do simp stuff here as well. Simp set render target. I'll just get that. Oh, Emacs. What are you doing? And I'll just do it here. Right? Yeah, we load all we need ourselves. We don't need any help. We're, you know, better than that. Let's crash and burn. Oh, it runs? Oh shit, it completely died. Okay. Can't open. What? Why can't we open it? Is it because of the debugger? Is the process still running? Or oh, the process is still running. Holy shit. Where is it? Yeah, here we go. The process is still running. At least it's not spinning. It's just like sitting there idle. Let's kill it. We can't kill it. Kill it. Kill it. End task. How do you kill the process on Windows? Kill it. I can't kill the process. What the fuck? It's stopped in remedy here. Is it? Oh no, I'm still in the call stack. Okay, you're right. No, it doesn't do anything. Can I just close remedy? Is it dead now? Okay, yeah, it's dead now. It's totally dead now. Okay. Let's try to run it again. I saw the window, like blinking a little bit. Fine. So, on the previous run, we couldn't even get the window. But now I moved the OpenGL context creation to another thread. Right? And window blinked before we crashed again. So let's run it with the debugger one more time. And see where it crashes now. It crashes in wait, no, I don't need it here. Immediate set shader. Ah, okay, I see. So we can't just create the OpenGL context in another thread. We actually must call OpenGL stuff in the same thread, right? So we need to do... Yeah. No, so now make current. Now it's in the other thread. In the service thread, I'm creating the OpenGL context there. But as soon as I try to draw, and I'm trying to draw in the main thread, it crashes. So does it mean I need to make WGL make current again on the main thread? Here, yeah, we just die. Let me check the make current and see what happens. What does it do? WGL make current. You think so? Okay. Let's see. Make current function makes a specified OpenGL rendering context the calling thread's current rendering context. So what do we pass here? We pass unnamed param1. Unnamed param1 is a handle to a device context. Subsequent OpenGL calls made by calling thread are drawn by the device identified by HDS. Handle to OpenGL rendering context. That the function sets as the calling thread rendering context. Okay, so let me just do it here. We do the init window, create window, we do that in the thread. We actually, wait here until the window, and then we return. I assume here in the main thread proc, yeah, we do the simp situation, and then we return. Does it mean that the thread is dead after that? Oh, the thread is probably dead here, right? When I exit the main thread proc, the thread probably dies together with it, right? So we need some kind of a loop here, probably. But yeah. But anyway. Yeah, I see. That sucks that OpenGL is so tied to threads. I mean, it probably makes sense, but skill issue, yeah, true. Hey, destroying. Oof. Okay, we after, so maybe here after window created we can call it w blah 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 create current, whatever. So we create the window, right? We initialize the stuff, and then we can, after window created, so here is kind of the place where we could start our, you know, WGL make current, whatever. I try to use SDL as middleware, but the hardware quad your image is bleated. The hardware quad your image is bleated too. Okay. It's not completely straight. So you get single pixel artifacts. You just have to do stuff. Yeah. I mean, SDL is probably one of the better, you know, one of the better libraries out there. But surely it leaks. It still leaks. Where do we get that? So we have HDC, right? Do we store HDC anywhere? Oh shit. But I'm completely losing the... Okay, let's see how we get DC. Oh, so I can get DC, right? So HDC is gonna be get DC on the window, right? And then the context itself. Pixel format. Create context attribute. This is the here's the context. Okay. We return it from WGL create context. And what's calling that? It's called somewhere in simp. Yeah. The GL. Okay, it's the GL context. And I assume thread safety. No, fuck thread safety. I don't want any thread safety. I want my global GL context. Okay, so we have the GL context, and I think it's... Pimpas, true. Yeah, so I assume we just can do that. We can just do that. Right, so we pass it here, the GL context, and here we pass HDC, right? I'll do print. You fucked up. What? Oh. Undeclared? Where do I get the GL context then? Oh, it's simp. The GL context. Risotto. Oh, you fucked up. Okay, I couldn't make it current. The window flashed a little bit, but I couldn't make the GL context current. That's interesting. Yeah, GL has some fun pointers for sure. So yesterday I was creating bindings for EGL. Isn't the global thread... What? You mean the GL context is thread local? No way. Oh my god. I can't... Oh my god, why is it so slow? GL is OpenGL. It's a graphic API. A way to draw on the screen. Why the fuck is Emacs had power usage as high as OBS? What the fuck? Okay, now it's fine. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's the same as window handle, right? It's just an identifier. So here it is. I mean, it's global. It's in module scope, but it's global. HDC for pixel. What is that? Windows change pixel format. Maybe I need to pass this HDC. I don't think so. Okay, let's can I get like get last error here? Here. Zero. Okay, there's no error. The only thing you use it for is calling make current, yeah. So doesn't seem like it work. Okay, return value. When succeeds, return false. True, otherwise, return value is false. The extended error call get last error, but there is no error. The result was null of get last error. Huh. That's concerning. You see null, zero. Happens from yeah, kind of, but in my own way. I'm trying to do the opposite thing. So Casey moved rendering to the other thread, so the main thread can block on resizes. I want to keep rendering on the main thread and only return window creation to the other thread. And it worked. I was able to create a window in another thread, but now OpenGL context is being a bitch because it doesn't like being, you know, it doesn't like to be separated from its daddy window, so we must reunite them, and yeah, that's what we're fighting with. Now we try to make OpenGL context current in the main thread after window comes back, and something is happening. What if I just don't do errors? It will crash, right? Yeah, it will crash. Let's see where it crashes. Classic daddy issues, yeah, so true. Let's see where okay, it's immediate set shader. Still. Even after I set the current, right? As soon as I try to draw the first button, we just get fucked. Get colors and thickness. Set shader for color. Yeah. Dep violation. Okay. Yeah. So WGL make current didn't quite work as we expect, even though get last error didn't do anything, right? So even though I clearly fucked up, you see, it tells me right here, the last error is zero. Zero, is it even a code? Return values, documentation for each function. That sets the last error code. Let's see, get last error codes. Yeah, here we are. The operation completed successfully. Huh? The fuck? What in the fuck? Damn, OpenGL has hands. So the this is the classic case of if computer just lets you paint pixels, and it does for the CPU code path, but it's fucking slow. It's fucking slow. I wish GPU just let you do that. Hey Nick, hello. Hey. The operation failed successfully. Fucking OpenGL. Error success. Okay. The return value is true, otherwise the value is false. Remarks: HDC parameter must refer to a drawing surface supported by OpenGL. It need not be the same HDC that was passed to WGL create context when HGLTRS was created, but it must be on the same device that have the same pixel format. GDI transformation and clipping in CHDs are not supported by the rendering context. The current rendering context uses the HDC device context until the rendering context is no longer current. Before switching to the new rendering context, OpenGL flushes any previous rendering context. A thread can have one current rendering context. A process can have multiple rendering contexts by means of multi-threaded. A thread must set a current rendering context before calling any OpenGL functions, otherwise all OpenGL calls are ignored. A rendering context can be current to only one thread at a time. Maybe that's what's happening. But I would assume that this just steals the context, right? An application can perform multi-thread drawing by making different rendering contexts current for two different threads, supplying each thread with its own rendering context and device context. Okay, if an error occurs, function makes the thread's current rendering context not current before returning. Oh, yeah, you're actually right. I didn't do it. I forgot. I put to do and then I didn't do it. Where was it? Some kind of loop here, yeah. Let's just spin for now. I mean, it doesn't matter, right? Like, it literally doesn't matter. So this will clear the context from the thread. Yeah, but my program crashes. My program crashes, yeah, it doesn't really ignore it. I mean, you know. Let's check the parameters once again. A handle to a device context, subsequent blah blah blah. Okay, handle to OpenGL rendering context that the function sets as the colon thread's rendering context. Yeah. No longer current and releases the device context. Maybe it's null. Let's check if it's null. Just in case. Windows and wait, what? Yeah, let's check it out. Right, get DC. HDC is something something. There is a pointer, clearly, and the GL context. Do we have it? The GL context. Yeah, okay, we have the GL. What's that? Is it a null? Here or what? What does it mean? Oh, yeah, it doesn't do the model resolution. It's here. Pointer to void, and it does something. But then under the hood, it's 0. I don't think it's a race because... Oh shit! You know what? You must be right. So I only wait until the window is created, but I don't wait. I don't wait for the context. I think you're right. I think you might be right. Yeah. So here I'm waiting until the window. So while not the window and like not simp the GL context, right? Or not, yeah, or. Oh, it look at that. We got an error code. And it rendered once. It even rendered once. I saw like an actual content on the window. Error code 170. Fuck, I opened the Discord. Nobody got doxed. 170. Wrong parameter. In before wrong parameter. The requested resource is in use. What does it mean that requested resource is in use? Somebody's trying to use the... Oh, maybe, you know, yeah. So maybe what happened is that because the context, it gets like set multiple times, I think, right? It gets set for the initial one, then it does some blah 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 with the pixel format, and then it gets set to its final form. Maybe that's what's happening, and I'm trying to make it current, you know, too early. Let's go to simp and look if there's some kind of a flag that says, okay, we are initialized, right? Yeah, backend. So we have the GL context. So swap buffers. So here we make set render target, we make it current. Oh, and we have some kind of a window info with the device context. This might be helpful. Instead of doing get HDC, right? We can just do it on the window info. But okay, GL context. This is some platform specific stuff. If, yeah. Window change pixel format. It's for backend init. Oh, okay. Do first time init. Is this? This is also not kind of not. Okay, check init. Let's see if it's like check init. What does this do? It's a macro. Oh, okay. Yeah, I figured that out. Because you have JLX make current, you have EGL get current, and WGL get current. So it's probably a part of OpenGL spec, right? Okay, so we have a per thread init. What's that? Immediate state. What does immediate state do? Current window info, current shader, texture renderer, vertices. Do I need to init simp here? I wouldn't want to do that. I wouldn't want to init it per. I mean, and it happens under the hood too, right? So it should be fine. I see. So make current failed because it's busy. Can I actually just call it in the loop and see if it stops being busy? Hey Mythic. So let's try to YOLO it. Hey Yarek, hello. We are now trying to move OpenGL context from one thread to the other thread. Because it's been a little bitch. Yeah, here, let me put a... So here, if not resolved, let's do that. Let's just do this and see if... if it unblocks. Yeah, implementing the idea from Casey, but backward, but like completely backwards. Oh no, it just doesn't let me. It just doesn't let me crash. Yeah, it just won't let me crash because. You see now, no, it's blocked, and now Emacs crashed, of course, because. Yeah. Yeah. So I create window, I just don't let it completely die. Because I'm stuck in the loop. So not quite what I wanted. So it seems like the context is always busy. What might help? Try storing the context in your global. Is this? Yeah, I try to create window in another thread, but keep rendering in my main thread. Right, because I don't want to have a separate rendering thread. The fuck you, can you just do this? SOCD. Did we make current context in the thread that created the window? Yeah, we did. So we first want to clear it. You mean in the other thread? So you mean not here, but you mean after I do this, like in the same, or do you mean in the main thread? You mean clear it here? Like do this and then try again? Or do you mean stop making it current? I think you mean here. Yes. Main thread proc, yeah. So here. What the fuck? Oh yeah, it's I think I canceled it. Let me put few. So here. And this should be null. And this should be also null. Nope, same shit. Same shit, but let me actually try to sleep. Let me actually try to sleep before we do that. Sleep seconds, and we sleep for like 200 milliseconds, just to see that we don't try to use it too early. Okay. Something happened, right? We were able to clear the screen, clear it, right? And then we're actually dead because we don't do translate and dispatch, I think. Right? Right, so here it will just, yeah, and this is because we just do, where is it, where's the fucking, yeah, because we do this. And what we need to do here in the other thread is we need some kind of a message loop that will do translate and dispatch. Let's go in Windows. Is it here? Yeah, here it is. When we do update window events, we need something like that here. Peak message, translate, dispatch, right? Did I remove sleep? No, sleep is still here. Oh, I fucked up. But now with different code. Yeah, it's different code now. Now it's code 6. Invalid handle. That's interesting that the handle is invalid. What does it even mean that the handle is invalid? So as soon as I start handling the messages in the other... I think I know why. So the handle is invalid because we make the context current for the current thread, but the window belongs to the other thread. Maybe that's why it complains. By moving, you mean launch in separate thread and actually move at runtime? Yes. Yes. So my idea was that maybe I can create a window in a separate thread, so its event loop is running in a separate thread, but I can then do rendering on my main thread. So I don't need to move like an entire simp/input event loop to the other thread, right? So I don't need to do that. So I can do this kind of under the hood by creating an OpenGL context in the other thread, then returning the window back and acquiring the rendering context. But seems like it doesn't work because now, so at first I couldn't make the context current because it was blocked by sim, probably because it was initializing it. Now, you know, I sleep, so it kind of just, I kind of just wait. Let's sleep longer, but I don't think it will change. Yeah, it won't really change anything. And now it complains about invalid handle. So my hypothesis is that it doesn't like that the device context belongs to a window from some other thread. That's my That's my hypothesis. I don't think we can do anything about it, to be honest. But that's weird. I mean, you can move the context to some other... You can move the context between threads. Why does it care where the handle is? That's omega weird. Right? What does it mean the handle is invalid? The handle to what is invalid? To window? So here, what we added, what changed it? Maybe we don't need to do that anymore, right? Let's try it out. No, still. It even renders something. No, it doesn't render shit. So this now doesn't make any difference. Yeah, I just do translate and dispatch and that's it. Maybe we just do that. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, so we don't break from the loop. Oh, you see, and we even... We can even move the window. We can't close it because it doesn't respond to shit. But why won't it respond to shit? Like it should have window proc. And I can't even... Okay, no, I actually can exit the program. That's interesting. So now it works. It works because I'm not exiting the loop anymore. Let's see how it looks in cases. Well, in cases code. He gets message. He doesn't pick the messages anymore. He gets them. Just straight up gets them. Right, let's get him. There's no get message W. What? No way. I'll have to bind it. Retrieves a message from the calling thread's message queue. The function dispatches the incoming set message until the posted message is available for retrieval. So it kind of blocks. Do we not have it? Wait a second. No way we don't have it. Maybe it's just, maybe there's like get message. There's get message A. Yikes. Maybe there's a toggles for peak message. Does not wait for message to be posted before returning. So there's really no difference between them. It's just a peak will busy loop, right? Yeah, let's do peak instead. So the only reason is that peak busy loops. That's all it does, I guess. And so it seems like the window doesn't receive events. And we can't render to it. Oh, maybe we can't render because I suspended the thread, you know what? Let me go to my main and wait for message, right? Let me remove that. No, it doesn't make any difference, right? But now I can move windows and I can even click stuff, even though nothing happens. So what now? We created a window. We got its message loop. We move that shit back to the thread, to our thread, and now we're rendering, but we don't really render what we need. I wonder if that's because we don't receive any inputs, or maybe it's because like OpenGL just gets confused or something. What if we don't do that? Okay, yeah, it's busy. So we don't really, you know. This has to happen. And this, if I remove sleep, I think it will also crash because it will, it will think it's busy. Yeah. So we make current, we return after window initted. We have a window, but we don't draw anything into it. Let's see if we busy loop at all. Yeah, you see we busy loop for sure. Very high power usage. Dude, as I quit, yeah. So we busy loop, and maybe we busy loop in the other thread. But why don't we get a message, I wonder? Why don't we populate the event queue? And I actually assume this would happen here. Like we create a window and wait a second. So look at my main. In my main, we do all that. Where is it? Yeah, main, we create a window. Then here we steal the OpenGL context, right? We init fonts, we do UI init. This is all good. We parse settings, that's unrelated. And then we start we start looping. And here where we call update window events. Yeah, and what update window events does, let's actually look for the definition in Windows. So what it does is, here, it actually also loops. And this, and this looks for events in our thread, in the main thread. And there are none, because all of the events are received like somewhere. So I guess these are never getting populated, right? Or not. I mean, I would expect that the background thread just handles events and stores them into the global array, because there is a global array. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Rectum. See you next time. Bye-bye. So I would expect this to work because input module if you go to modules like here, it actually has a global array for like pending blah 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 for different crap. So why wouldn't it work? What this does, I forgot. Per frame update. Ah, shit, it resets the stuff. Ah, so maybe we just reset them before we're able to read those. Hey, Saturnia, the events are removed after they're queued from the jive function. Yeah, so background thread that queues the stuff, it just straight up removes the events from the queue. What if we don't remove them from the queue? Well, what if we just... Yeah. That's what I want to... Pick message W. What's the other one? Remove, no remove. Yeah, just no remove. Oh, now we can't do anything. Now we just... Yeah, this is because we don't process them in the background thread. Okay, we can't do anything. Right, yeah, we'll have to kill it. Yeah, it didn't quite help. So, okay, how do I organize it so I don't have... So I know how to fix this, right? I can just move the entire event loop to the other thread. So it populates the event current thread array and it will work, but I don't want to move event handling to the other thread. So what I can do, so that's what Casey did, right? He was posting these messages to the main thread. Right? Yeah. So maybe that'll work. Or maybe not, maybe it won't. Because then, yeah, I see why it might not work. I see why it might not work, but still, where is the dangerous thread crew? Let's just, you know. So what he was doing here is basically he was taking the messages and after translating the message, he would just do post message W. Yeah. I'll just post it to the main thread. Main thread ID message.message. So it's msg.message, msg.wparam, msg.lparam. And if it's a... Yeah. Oh, there's no post message. Fuck, I need to bind it. Yeah, thread message W. Let's take some W's here. Let's post some W's. This is a mechanical work that I am able to do very well, and it's a bind new procedures from Windows.h that we didn't have before. We have ID thread. which is u32. We have msg, which is uint, which is also u32. We have param, that is w param, and we have l param, that is l param, and it returns boolean, and it is a foreign from user 32, I assume. User 32, yeah. I think that's it. Well, it doesn't really help, does it? Yeah. Oh, it even made it worse. Actually, it made it worse. If result. So let's do that only if we have an event. Huh. Okay. What was the original one? Something like that? Wait, I used to be able to move the window around. What changed? What did I change? Is it that thing that blocks it? Okay, yeah. So as soon as I post thread message W, I again just break the window. That's weird. So this breaks the main loop, I guess. So this breaks the main loop. That's weird. Oh, you either dispatch or you post. You can't do both. Ooh. So let's just do that. No, it's just like... So when you dispatch, it works. When you try to post it, it doesn't. That's weird. So okay, let's think about it. Let's think about it for a second. So what happens is my window, it receives events in its own thread, and I want these events to be available in my main thread. My main thread enters an event loop similar to this one. This is like main thread, right? It enters kind of this kind of event loop, and here it picks the message and it does some kind of send message W. So maybe I tried to not translate in dispatch, but then the window just kind of stucks, right? So I did that. So I did this. I only did that if I have a result, right? But yeah, you still see it's still kind of, it's broken. It's broken, but I can still do the, so here is me clicking the tray icon. Tray icon works from the main thread. Which is interesting. So yeah, that doesn't quite do anything for me. And this does send message. Yeah, it does send message to create the thread, which is, I'm not interested in that. What's that? For find window, get rect something something. Huh. And if I dispatch, then it's gonna be fine, right? Yeah, if I dispatch a message, it's gonna be fine. I can do stuff. What if I do both? If I like both dispatch and post? Dude. Yeah. Yeah, then I totally break it. So post message breaks it. I wonder if post message breaks it because the other thing just doesn't handle it. Or what? Like this just blocks. Right? Yeah, I know that, I just have it still, because I actually want WM-char, because I have text inputs, and I want people to handle Unicode correctly, so I definitely need it. But why the fuck this does nothing? Maybe post thread message double, okay, let's see if it blocks. Let's read that. Post message to the message queue of the specified thread. It returns without waiting for the thread. Okay, so this returns the identifier of the thread which the message is to be posted. The function fails if the specified thread does not have a message queue, but we have it. Oh, whoa. No. This is wrong. I call it the main thread, but I need to... Wait a second. So, no. This is the secondary thread. I need to post from the secondary thread to the... Fuck me. Okay, I need to... This is the wrong thread ID. When I do that, I overload... I enter an infinite loop of the same event. Like, I handle an event and I set it back immediately. This is wrong. I need a thread ID of my main thread. I just named it poorly because I copy-pasted it from cases. So, it's not main thread proc. It's gonna be like... window thread proc, right? Oh shit, I confused myself. So let me main thread proc is gonna be window thread proc. Let's replace that, and main thread ID is gonna be window thread ID. Yeah. If it still compiles, It still compiles. Yeah, I just basically make it an infinite loop, I assume. I need to post my actual main thread ID. How do I get thread ID? Is this like get... Hey Pika, what's up? Hello, welcome. Win32 get thread ID. Okay, there's literally get thread ID. And where do I get handle? Handle to the thread. How do I get the handle to the thread? Is this just get module handle? Is it just is it just that? No. Get module handle W? In direction. It's pointer to void. No, I don't. Yeah, I don't need to current. I need get thread ID of a particular thread. Yeah, module handles probably. Get thread handle. Win32 API get thread handle. If you have a thread identifier, you can get thread handle by calling open thread. No, I want the other way around. Okay, so I need to store it globally. So when I get platform init here, I will get the handle. Right, so we'll get main thread ID equals get current get current thread. I bet this doesn't exist. Like whatever 0. Oh no, get current thread exists. Okay. So we get main thread ID and it's gonna be global. And main thread ID is S32. Yeah, and post message we do get thread ID of no. This is all wrong. Yeah, main thread ID is get current thread and get thread ID. So this is how we do it, right? And then when we post message, we just do main thread ID. Yeah. Type wanted. Type wanted, type given u32. Okay, so it's gonna be just This is like Windows fucking being lousy with, right? Okay, look, now we at least don't block it anymore. Maybe I missed something, but why don't you use giant threads? I just want to be low level. I just want to figure out how Windows thread work before I learn another abstractions on top of them, if that makes sense. I know that giant threads exist, that they have some kind of a context and blah, 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 but yeah, I just don't want to learn another abstraction before I get the basic thing working. Yeah. So I don't block this way. I guess this now works, but maybe if I don't dispatch it, right? If I just don't dispatch this motherfucker, bruh. Okay, so the window is now, I can't do anything because I'm not dispatching, but I'm also not spinning. So, I mean, something definitely improved. Oh, yeah, and I can't exit the program now because I don't handle like WM closed and whatnot. Interesting. So this helped a little bit, right? So that window is responsive, but I still can't get its events. Yeah, I know. Yeah. So I guess what I can't do now is I can't I wanted this once and now I don't want to do it. So if I just followed what Casey did, and what Casey did is completely offloaded rendering to a separate thread, it would all just work. So why I'm struggling, again, just to reiterate for people, I don't want to move rendering to another thread. I want to render in the main thread, right? So my idea was, what if I create a window in the other thread so that its event loop stays in the other thread and doesn't block me? And then I seal the window back, I make the OpenGL context in the main thread, and you know, the event loop for the window keeps happening in the other thread, and all I do is repost its messages to my main thread, to the service thread. You know, that's kind of the that's the idea. Oh shit, I just realized that I have a window proc. Actually, no, not really. So when I do translate and I know. Yeah, that's what Casey did. But I just wanted to see if I can, you know, if I can keep rendering in my main thread. Because, I mean, I just want the... so, the idea is that I don't want input and window in module API to change, right? The API looks like you create the window, you enter the event loop, you query events for current frame, and you act on them. Like you re-render, you draw your UI. It's all all of it happens in the same loop. The way Casey does it is I will have to call something like, you know, like add events to the queue and then render somewhere else, you know, somewhere completely else. So I just don't want the API to change. I actually think I know why. So when in my let me go to inputs, modules, input windows here. So here, when I update window threads, I do that. Like it dispatches, translates and dispatches messages. But nobody handles them because there is no more window proc. I need to copy window procs basically. I need to mirror them, it seems like. I'm gonna do that, but first... Holy shit, I just looked at the viewer counter. There's a lot of people here. Hello. Hi. Yeah, you choose the very the pure entertainment of battling the Win32 API today. but you'll now basically have to handle window messages in the thread which created the window. So my idea is that I will repost those window messages, right? So the service thread, this one, it will repost window messages back to the main thread, and then main thread, the ones that kind of the main thread, will have to do the same thing window proc used to do. Yeah. So I need to copy window proc and attach it to my service window. Yes, that's what I need to do. I think I understand it now. So I'm creating my hidden window, and for now it has, the only procedure it has is the tray proc. So this one. But it will have to handle everything. So I need to merge my default window proc from the window and this one into a single fucking amalgamated piece of abomination. So it works. Some of them synchronously. We'll see about that. Okay, you know what? I want to go to bathroom and I want to refill my cup of whatever I have, and then we will try to do that. Maybe event by event, and then see what happens. I'll be right back. So yeah, while my tea is brewing, or I guess while my kettle's getting ready, let me try something. So here we have the thing where I do that. Let me remove it. Yeah, nothing really happens. let me see if this like window proc even triggers like at all. Ah, I see. So right, let's try to do both. Send what's that? Init input system process raw input. Yeah, this one. Yeah, like we can resize the window. It even tries to like draw something on it. And you see, now it actually it actually clears window back when we resize, right? It like flashes. You see, and now I can just close the window. I think I can close the window because I removed that. Yeah, you see? So you see? So what this does, it clears events, and these events, they get filled by the background thread. But this is totally cheating. This just means that events will grow infinitely. Yeah, it's probably WM Paint clearing those. Ooh. Yeah, and close doing nothing if I clear the event queue. Oh, whoa, whoa. My kettle is ready. Let me pour the tea. So let me do the thing where instead of doing tray proc here, I attach the one from so basically this one, my window proc from input module. Do I have access to it? No, I don't. I need like an input, I think, right? Yeah, okay, and doesn't quite work still. And it can't quite close it. Yeah, I made some progress. I have a window that I can move around and resize, but I don't quite get events. Oh. Right, but if I don't clear events in the main loop, now I should be able, now I can close it because these events are actually getting populated. I recently figured out how to make the game truly closed platform and decided to write a custom telnet server that plays the role of this online game that runs wherever a telnet client can be installed. And then you realize this was invented 40 years ago. Yeah, BBS. True. So that's a bit scuffed. So we get events that I post from another thread, like from here. Can I just like, yeah. Yeah, and if I don't dispatch, nothing like really happens. Well, nothing really happens apart from, yeah, actually, since I disabled the tray icon events, I can't do anything with those either. So when I dispatch events to the thread, I get the events per frame populated, but then I don't get access to these events in my main loop because I don't get any messages here or something. BBS community being disconnected. Yeah, I can imagine it's like how do you call it? Like, you know, there's some separate word, like completely separate, completely like separate world of people who are not even going to the internet. You know, they just like talk through telnet. Like unaware of like all this social media bullshit, and they live their like happy life. Anyway, wait, I accidentally clicked off the YouTube tab. Yeah. So how would I do this? Right, so this kind of clears the events. Then those events are getting populated by the window proc. Let me maybe set a few breakpoints and see how the flow works in this case, in all of these cases, so that I understand it better. So I see if something can be done here, right? So for example, like when and let me only post what messages I want to post, just so I don't get overloaded with, you know, for example, I can post WM. Yeah, let's do WM quit, like this one, right? Oh shit. Emacs. So if msg message equals to wm quit, then I do this, right? Else I just dispatch that motherfucker. Sounds good. Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, I can move it around. And now let me put a breakpoint into the source files open in the modules input windows. And we're gonna put the breakpoint in the window proc somewhere, maybe wm, where's wm cute? I don't see it. Where the fuck is it? Oh yeah, here it is. Like here. Right, and let's see how it acts. What's that? Create hidden window. We don't need that anymore. Here we have our window. If I do this, I don't get the event. Let me break into the main thread proc. This should immediately, yeah, we boom, break in here. What the message is? Ah, shit. Right, so like, oh, we got the mouse event on the window thread. So we actually get some events even. I would probably, oh, you moved to YouTube because of the ads. Normal window proc in the window, in the Windows thread, then post messages from the window proc to the main thread for stuff that your main thread actually cares. But yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Like in this example, for example. Still active Core War, not Cold War community, but you have literally zero chance to find it. Yeah, I mean, I can imagine that you can't really, yeah. So let's just try to get them. So when I hover a mouse over my window, I get this in a window thread proc, right? And so I'm dispatching that. And now I assume that I should get it like somewhere here. Like, you know, here. Yeah, and I'm getting it here. Bam, window proc. Translate. Nice. Now let's not do that. Ooh. Let's do it like that. And you see close, I don't even get it at all. Oh, because it's not cute, it's window close. It's not cute. That was a bad example. WM close, I think it's. Yeah, that was a bad example. Let's run it. Oh shit. Why is it all screwed up? Oh, here, we're posting it. Oh, fuck. Or msg.message equals. Yeah. double equals. Thank you. Yeah, nice. So let's kill it here and rerun it in the debugger. So if I... look at that. Still don't get it at all. I wonder why it's not happening though. If I get Windows and I do that. Okay, I got WM close here. Interesting. Right, so I add this to events this frame, which is empty for now, and I return 0. Let me also go to my main and see how this how main thread behaves. I mean, main loop is completely unblocked here, right? What if I... Yeah, I see. So that's why you definitely need dev proc, and you'll just send normal messages. So I think that's the issue, kind of, because here, where's the window? Yeah, get yeah, this one, update, yeah, window events. When I call that, so I need to block here, actually, I think. So I call update window events, and inside of there, instead of clearing the... instead of dropping the events, I just need to collect them, right? Yeah. Right, because yeah, here update window events, and we go to the procedure here, and let me... So yeah, we're spinning kind of, but we don't really find anything. And also, why don't we render at all? So where is my draw one frame? Let's go here. Right, we should kind of draw the frame. We go inside of the draw one frame. We do a bunch of stuff. This all works. This need to render is false. Oh wait, no, need to render will be true later. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be true somewhere. So let's go all the way down. Where are we? Wait, where's the swap? Changed, what's that? Presets, new profile, draw pop-up, yeah, like here. So, and when we go here and we swap buffers, nothing happens. But why nothing happens? Like at this point, we should draw a bunch of stuff, but why don't we draw anything? Like not even caring about events. You know, forget events. Why don't we draw anything here? Or, you know, maybe we draw, but WM like paint or whatever keeps like fucking us up. Like maybe we try to draw, but then we get, you know, Yeah, maybe we need to put like a error callback or something. Because yeah, this kind of this one spins. Huh. Like maybe it tries to draw something, but it can't because get over drawn somewhere, or I don't know. Let me also put event like where's the paint? Right, double in paint. No, not really. Render doc. I don't think. Yeah, WM closed definitely triggers. Right, but it triggers from the it triggers from the other thread, right? Where's the thread? Yeah. It's not on the main thread, it triggers on our thread. Now we add this to we add that to event this frame. Let's see what let's maybe try to see what swap buffers does in simp. Right, so if state current shader immediate flush, you just call swap buffer on the DC on swap buffers, and swap buffers is just literally literally Win32 API. Fuck, I launched drone program. Let's do Win32 swap buffers function, unnamed param. Exchanges the front and the back buffers if the current pixel format blah blah blah. Return value. Let's do that. We'll do you fucked up, and the error code will be get last error, right? Yeah, just call GL clear or something. Okay, it doesn't actually think that we fucked up, right? It is sort of successful. So it doesn't think that we fucked up. What the fuck does immediate flush? It does GL. some GL errors. Dump GL errors. What? What does this comment mean? In the long run, we want to send this buffer off to the main thread. Probably. But for now, we just say you can only do this from the main thread. Because. What does this mean? So any OpenGL experts look at this and see anything like sus? We bind vertex array with something like, yeah, with some vertex array attributes. We do like buffer object. He means, hey Baker, hello. He means that you can call immediate flush from any thread right now, but it's an error if it's not on the OpenGL thread. Ah. But yeah, it shouldn't matter because I actually moved the context back to the main thread. So I assume that's why it doesn't crash or anything. Yeah, we solved the context stuff, so yeah. This should be fine. Go back. Yeah, and this also doesn't error out. But we don't draw our fucking... like, what's that? How do we call it? We don't draw our fucking UI. Let's go back to main and... in main... So there's somewhere that there is like a clear render target, right? RGBA. And it's like GL clear color, right? Let's clear to like something crazy. It's float, so I don't know, like RGBA, so 255 000 RGBA, yeah. 1011. It's from 1, yeah, I guess it's from 1 to 0. So this is magenta, right? I mean, we get magenta screen, but we can't get any UI. Oh shit, wait. Ship it. Maybe the issue is that UI can't get updated because we don't get any events. Maybe that's why? Okay, let's try it out. UI per frame update. Maybe... or maybe this like fucks it up. Why is it 800, 800? I don't remember doing that. Get dimensions. What does get dimensions do? Okay, just gets the rect information. I hope this works in like independent way, but I mean, it's not like I don't even use it anywhere, right? Yeah, I don't even fucking use it. We get magenta screen. So maybe UI per frame update doesn't work. Right, so what does it do? Deactivates the widget in case, blah blah blah, mouse button click, render target with, so what's that? Render target. Okay, what does it do with Windows? With window. Switch window, and that's it. That's literally where it uses it. Switch window, what does it do? This frame per window states. Where is it? Windows per frame update. Simp last frame. Swap, no, not simp. This frame per window states. Some mouse situation. I don't think this should matter. I mean, even if we don't update per frame, I would assume that we would still, you know, kind of just render the UI. Right? Because, okay, so let's do that. Oh my god, Git is so slow on Windows, it's unbearable. Yeah, so we have a bunch of crap changed. Let's just stash it. Right, let's run it. Yeah, we have our program. That is perfectly like breaks when we resize it. And let's go on main to main and comment this out. Will it still work? Oh shit, it fails actually. Finder creates state. Yeah, because it, okay. So if this like failed for some reason, we would just not draw UI. We would just fail to draw the UI. Oh, fuck. Get back here. I hate this feature on Windows. I wish there was an easy way to disable it forever. Yeah, might be some register flag, might be not, you know, fucking Windows. Right, so we can't remove that. Can we like... Yeah, this line I just completely not use it. What else? Get rect handle event. What if I completely remove events this frame? Right, if I just don't handle events at all, I assume we would still draw UI even though we now don't handle anything, right? Settings, system, multitasking, title bar, window shake. Holy shit, okay. Settings, let me switch to the security mode. In case there's something identifying. System. Show all results. There is no system. Well, there is no system on Windows 10. Okay, let me just search for shake. Shake. No results for shake. Well, I guess they moved it around between Windows versions. Well, unlucky. So yeah, this would still work. So this is a completely irrelevant, the event handling. What else can we remove? Maybe update window. Yeah, still draws. I think I actually don't need any of that, right? To just draw the UI. Yeah, we can still just draw the UI. What else? Input update window events. If I do this, can we still draw the UI? We still draw the UI. Yeah. Like we still draw the UI. Right? Yeah. Maybe UI init. Maybe this want to draw the UI. Okay, this just straight up crashes. So maybe this does something. Okay, so all of the events are irrelevant. We need to first make it draw something before we even can start handling the events. It says to do handle Alt F4, and I did that. I handled Alt F4. Okay, right, let's kill that and let's pop back our changes. Okay. UI init. What does UI init do? It's in get rect. Okay, it just does a bunch of stuff with, just sets up procedure pointers on simp. Window creation, get mouse pointer position. What the fuck is dummy window? It's just a trick to get procedure of call working. That's fine. That's totally fine. It just sets a bunch of procedure pointers. Right, and then so procedure of call, it just literally returns you a procedure pointer of call. So like you do, right, you do foo equals bar, you get whatever bar returns, right? But if you do procedure of call, then foo will be equal to bar, like bar the actual procedure, and then you can pass it as a function pointer. Yeah, it's like for stuff like overloads, for runtime overloads. No, it's not for generics, it's for stuff like this, right? If you want a procedure pointer, you can get it. Yeah, it's function pointer. It does not capture the parameters. No, it doesn't capture the parameters. It just gives you the procedure. But it will, the point is that you can do it, and at runtime you will get a resolved procedure. So even if this one is polymorphic, you will get an actual one at runtime, not just some polymorphic crap. Because get mouse pointer position, I think it's polymorphic by default. So you need to get a concrete one. Same here, right? You need to get immediate quote, and immediate quote actually has multiple overloads, but you want this exact one. Yeah, you want the one that accepts for pointers and a caller. So you kind of give me a procedure of this call. Resolved one. Yeah. Map radio bugs. Okay, this just sets a bunch of procedure pointers. This is like, no, it's not like Lambda. You don't, it's not Lambda at all. No. It's just a literally function pointer. Yeah. IDeus. Hello. IDeus. Yeah. Yeah, it's, you just ask a function pointer for a specific overload. Yeah. Yes, exactly. So it's not a type that you pass here. You actually pass a concrete function pointer. Yeah. So Lambda would be get mouse. Lambda would be something like that. And this would, dude. I lost it. Yeah, here. So this would assign a type of a procedure with this signature to get mouse, but this gives it an actual procedure. Yeah, so it's kind of different. Anyway, yeah, so UI init, it doesn't really do anything interesting. It just sets up a bunch of procedure pointers, right? I mean, maybe it affects something in a multi-threaded context, but so far it just seems like... So far it seems like something is fucked with the OpenGL context. I mean, we are able to clear the window to magenta, but we can't draw our actual UI. And I mean, I know for a fact that Chai doesn't have capturing procedure, so there is no way we somehow capture the wrong, you know, OpenGL context. And I think the program would crash anyway if we try to do that. I actually wonder how you get pointer-specific overload in C++. I have no idea. Yeah, what is memory? It's just, you know, just a dummy to get the overload. Yeah, I don't think we get a context here in any way. I don't think so. Draw procs. Memory default. Yeah, nothing. I mean, nothing here screams to me that, oh, we, you know, store something that we didn't need to do. Yeah. So yeah, what we know that swap buffers doesn't render the UI. So either we don't get UI state, but we right, and that we actually verified that events don't matter at all just for rendering the UI. Look, maybe stuff. So the way getRect works is it draws a bunch of like immediate quotes basically. Maybe immediate quote and stuff like that doesn't work. Right, so we have a bunch of like immediate triangle, immediate quote, right? So we get procedure of call, immediate quote. Let's yeah, point caller. So what does it do? It just put vertex. Just puts a bunch of vertices. Also just in simp. Yeah, it just literally uses immediate vertex. And immediate vertex is just a struct with a bunch of stuff. Just put vertex and that's it. It puts vertex to the like array of like to the vertex buffer. Yeah. So it doesn't even do anything with OpenGL. Well, like this is a little bit sketchy, right? Per thread init. Ah no, it just does immediate state. Actually, immediate state, what does it do? It does current window info, current shader, render target, num vertices. And backend specific is... so maybe this is wrong, you know? So there's nothing backend specific. Right, so coordinate system left-handed. Vertices, we have those. Current shader. I think shader is just it's not a struct. Interesting. Shader and interesting. So what the fuck is a shader? Words. What is a shader? Oh, it has 2 fucking spaces. Shader platform. What's that? Shader platform. This is just data. This is just data. I assume texture is also just like simp texture. So what does it have? Yeah, I assume this is just like data. Probably nothing context specific here. Texture platform specific. Platform specific is just a handle to the texture on GPU. All right. What else? And window info. I mean, window info is just the geometry backend needed for this window, and window info platform specific. Well. This is just HDC, nothing else. On Windows, that is. So, I mean, HDC doesn't really change, right, per window. I don't think it makes sense to store it differently or something. DGL, what was it, like DGL, not words, strings, DGL context. And I don't think I should assign it anywhere, right? Yeah, they don't really do it. And I mean, making GL context current definitely works. Maybe I need to... So let me try something. Before I do anything, and I guess after I do, so here main, not main, Windows. After window, so after window created, I change the, yeah, GL context is definitely fine. So maybe I can do something like, where's the window info? window info, where do we get set render target? Where do we get the info again? Simp module, set render target. Okay, where do we get info? Find or add window info, right? So we do that. Where do we get it for window infos? Window infos is global. Yeah, nice. So yeah, let's do that. So window info equals find or add window find window info. Window info dot platform specific fuck, I forgot. Yeah, window info struct. It's a specific.hdc. Yeah, so it's just a specific.hdc equals to hdc, right? Undeclared identifier, yeah, because it's namespaced. So it's still just magenta. I'm sorry for the magenta bang. How do you say chat I'm cooking in Russian? Well, this is a relatively modern saying. We don't really have an analog. You can say literally like varyu, but it's not really widespread. Nobody will understand you. It's just not the slang we have. Or maybe I'm such a boomer that I just don't know. Let me set clear render target. Let me remove that. Yeah, so we just literally don't. We just literally don't render the UI. Like I mean, yeah, we just literally don't render the UI. So after swap buffers, nothing happens. What was it? bg call.r bg call rg b1 bg call dash rgb. Yeah. What? R is not a member of vector. Oh, I guess it's like x, y, z. Yeah, that's the default background. Interesting. So either like stuff like immediate quad isn't getting called, either something like that happens in the UI, or let's maybe go to the button handler and see what might it not like. But before that, in Windows, Yeah, this should just work. Just go like put HDC. Yeah, this doesn't do anything, but just think about it. We can definitely just use OpenGL, right? We can clearly clear the screen with OpenGL, so it's fine. But what is not fine is something in the UI render, in like GetRect or in Sim backend when you try to create like a UI or whatnot. So let's put a breakpoint, I think, on UI per frame update. Where was it? Here, like per frame update, and see what's going on. What's that? WM paint. You know what else we might do? Maybe remove the paint one. Although it probably doesn't matter. Okay, so we enter here. We assert if active widget, no, there's no active tooltip, current get rect frame, some stuff. We get state buttons, there is nothing like that. Current DT, we don't have mouse. Render target with, what's that? 800. 800, yes. Okay, pop-ups. We're updating the pop-ups. Count is 0. Nice, updated the pop-ups. Swap occlusions. Then windows per frame update. Okay. Last frame window states 1. This frame window states also 1. Because we have only one window, I guess we just updating those. Set the count to 0. And then events per frame update. We just swap events with previous ones. Okay. Then we do switch window. What the fuck does switch window do? What it does is that it just get rect current window. What is the window? Window is our window, yeah. It just sets get rect current window. Okay. Get the render target, cast them to float, get the oh yeah, we just get the diagonal. I guess it was a macro or inline. So we got into there. Then we do some math. Now we get mouse pointer position. Right. Point win success is 1. Screen to client. And right-handed. False. We return XY, yeah, so we don't translate anything. Yeah, success is true. We are successfully got mouse position. Let's just take it. Yeah, mouse position something. Array at this frame per window states. Last frame per window states, then we do something. Again, we just get mouse deltas. Occlusions update. I didn't like broke into it, but whatever. If state table. Okay, what's that? There are no activation proc. Woohoo. Let's go here. Do we collect any activation proc widgets? 0 count. No activation proc widgets. And then we just return the stuff. Okay. I actually made an application. So I even released it. Here you can see it there. But I just want to learn better ways to handle the platform, and to experiment to see if I can, you know, basically all this suffering is just to see if I can render stuff on the main thread while having blocking events on a separate thread. And the answer is I can, right? We kind of actually proven that we can. We are resizing the window while it successfully clears to magenta. It's all good, but now I just want to see why we can't render the UI. So get wrecked. We get in some wrecked. Here's the button. Let's go. Button. Get hash. The state. Is there a state? There's definitely a state. Yeah, we have something. Status flags. They are 0. Okay, state status equals status state rect released. If theme properties and toggle. Status pressed no, else no, if not status pressed. Yeah. Core draw button. Let's draw some buttons, shall we? Theme, cast, update production value. This is not. These are like colors. Yeah, colors. Okay, set shader for color. So what do we do is check init, if not context simp per thread init, but we already initted simp. Let's see context simp. What does it have? It has a window info. Interestingly enough, we don't have window width and window height on the info. Huh. And we don't have HDC. This is fucking wild. Huh. But why? How did we lose it? Okay, we get the shader. If state current shader, immediate set shader. Okay, so we check init. Huh. This is the type of thing some keyboard vendor implemented in hardware. Yes, exactly. And caused huge outcry because apparently it makes dodging in. Yes, exactly. That's kind of stuff. I actually made it before the outcry. I made it for speedrunners mainly. But according to my GitHub issues, people in Valorant, in CSGO, in fighting games use it quite successfully. You can see it has like over 200 stars on GitHub. So I'm like, you can consider me a micro celebrity. Okay, so this is very sus that we don't have a simp on our context. This is very sus. Used to play QL, Quake League. Is that what QL is? Quake Life. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Quake Life. I said Quake League. I meant. I'm pretty sure it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, I mean, in reality, it's probably. I would say that on an amateur level, it doesn't give you any advantage because, I mean, you know, all of you are just mediocre at the game anyway. And on a professional competitive level, their hardware goes through scrutiny anyway, right? So they just don't use what's illegal. I mean, in speedrunning, stuff like that objectively makes life easier. But it's not like groundbreaking, right? It doesn't give you an edge to like get a world record where like somebody else can't get it just because they don't have such a hardware, you know, so. But it still helps a lot. But anyway, immediate flush, what does it do? Again, checks init, right? Wait a second. Anyway. Bro. Where's my fucking... Oh, I'm in... Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm in the... I pressed like step into, so I'm in assembly. Let me step out. Okay. And then back and use shader. If as alpha blend, we call blend, enable, use program, GL handle. So the SAS thing that we have is that we do not have a simp on our thread. Like it's not initialized, right? Per thread init in simp. New immediate state. But this just... Okay, this, all it does is just sets them to 0. Right? We just called the state. Where does... Wait a second. You know what? Where do we do a set render target? Right? You know what? I think we need to do this for our thread. Because I did that in the other thread. So even though we have simp state on the current thread, it's not initialized. This makes total sense. The only, I guess, the only, how do you say that, issue I have with this is that maybe if I do like backend set render target, it might try to recreate the context. Oh no, it just does this. So let's do that, shall we? Let's just do backend set render target. Instead of doing this, we'll do simp set render target for our window after we sleep. And we see what happens. Yes! It's completely fucked. But look at that. I mean, WM Paint fucks us up a little, but we totally are able to resize it. Yes, it works. Well, so I think I need to do it like left-handed, right? Something like that. Yeah, there you go. Like it definitely, like, it struggles to render. I think it jitters a little bit because it, I don't know if it's visible on stream, but the UI jitters a little bit when I move the window, and it's because it's not like properly synchronized. And yeah, we totally I mean, I have WM Paint in my how do you call it, in my window proc. Yeah, so this works. So we can re-render after properly setting the render time. So that was the culprit. I actually did that, right? So where is the, yeah. So we set the render target initially. What if I don't do it here? What if I only set it in one thread? Will it still work? Yeah, I can't do that. Because it's not initialized here. Maybe like the context is not getting through or whatever. Yeah, so I need to do it both ways. Do I still need to give up the context here? Yeah, I need to give up the context still. So this works actually. And if I go to my if I go to my Windows module input here, it has WM Paint right here. Validate reg and return. What if I just don't handle it at all? I know it clears it somewhere else. I think it clears it like when we create our window. It's actually in window creation. Create window, right? So on Windows, there's some kind of a brush that we set, I think. Brush, is that it? Init window class, yeah. Where is it? Yeah, that one, solid brush, you see? So instead of background, we just don't do anything, right? Yeah, you see, yeah, here we go. No brush. But it jitters a little bit. It like jumps. It jumps, but it totally it jumps because it's not synchronized properly. I think so, because not properly synchronized. Because the render target keeps jumping. Like I do like resize, I draw, and then like mid draw I get another resize, so it kind of just jumps around. But you can clearly see the proof of concept here. Right, it's not like entirely good. Default, create hidden window. So it's gonna be tray proc. I think we can do that. Stop sending paint. Yeah, I see. Okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah, it jitters because, you know, we receive events mid render and try to re-render it. So it has to be properly synchronized with like send messages and whatnot. But yeah, there's a proof of concept that we can, you know, totally re-render while moving the stuff around and while resizing it. It still required a bit of changes. I mean, in reality, I missed one line of code to set render target in the second thread, right? But you're totally right, because we need to create a thread, we need to synchronize two window procs. But there's a proof of concept. I can still have my rendering in the main thread. But I mean, now I'm kind of fucked because events are getting lost. So I need to modify my window proc to properly send events and then handle them somehow. Right. Look at that. Holy shit. That's insane. Yeah. Here. Oh yeah, I mean, CPU usage will be high. Simply because I removed the... Yeah, you see here. Because first, this one spins as fuck, right? It just keeps spinning the background thread. And second, I removed the wait for message. So yeah, of course it will be fine. It's power usage. I mean, CPU wise, it's still, I mean, this thread spins. Constantly spins. We need to do get message here instead of pick message. Oh, and I fucked up. Oh! So I fucked up because when I minimized the window, it would still get events, I think. So, you know, my queue got all screwed up. Where do I have you fucked up? I think in simp. Yeah. I removing. Did I remove it? I meant to put it back. Oh yeah, I did. Yeah. But yeah, we jump around because we don't synchronize properly. Because we don't do like a send message and block on the messages. I mean, we can do that, right? At least we should be able to. Like, let's try it out. Where did we waited for event? Let me remember where it was. Oh, come on, bro. Yeah, main. Oh, I removed that. Wait, does it mean that I don't need to Windows set render target after Windows? So does wait a second. Does it mean I can remove it from here? Oh, how did I manage to open emojis? Wait, will it work? It totally will. Look at that. That's cool. So now let's try to make it in a as working state as possible. So all we do here is sleep. Because because we don't properly synchronize. Now, we set the target, we do this all stuff, and yeah, platform wait for message. And now I want to do this. Oh, I can't do anything because, woo! Yeah, because I don't wake my window up. Like I never wake it up, basically. In order to wake it up, overhead of properly syncing is mostly needs programmer to do more work, more so. Yeah, for sure. So I need to send the message here, like platform wait for message. Where do I send them? It was platforms, wake up. Yeah, wake up. Oh, wake up thread. Yeah, okay. The window user. So yeah, I can wake up main thread when I receive like anything, like literally anything. So here, when I receive literally anything, I can do this, right? And now, oh shit, I killed it. So do I wake it up after then? Wait for message. Do I wake it up here? Post message here to the window. Yeah, this should be reasonable enough. No, it just, interesting. I wonder why it doesn't like wake it up. It won't wake it up. Interesting. Let me make another like quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. Earlier today, I was actually thinking about trying a multi-threaded rendering scheme where main thread does everything except doesn't actually call any GL functions, but rather dumps them in a queue as lambdas for separate API thread to waste time with GL API. I mean, this is kind of like what Casey proposed, right? But yeah, like the whole idea of my kind of experiment was to keep rendering on the main thread. Damn, I hope your teeth are all right, Ahmed. Right now I have some code that's basically spending half its time figuring what to draw, and another half talking to GL API, and it'd be nice to put those things into separate threads. Yeah. That makes sense. So that while one half is rendering, the other one can, keep simulating. And so that by the time the other half is ready to render, it already has like a page to flip, right? So I mean, like classic rendering thread. Yeah. So interesting that I can't wake it up like that. Right. Platform wait for message. Here we wait. Then we try to do stuff. It's about 50-50. Nice. Yeah, that sounds like a very good case for, multi-threading it. So why is it spinning here? But if I don't try to wake it up, then it's fine. It just doesn't get any events, right? So seems like when I post a message, but I mean it's not like we're maybe after translating it. No, it doesn't make any difference, right? And here also, like when we post thread message, we also should kind of wake it up. Like post thread message should wake up the thread anyway. So this shouldn't really make any difference. Oh, I thought I closed it. It doesn't, so it's not even waking it up or anything. Yeah, doesn't even wake it up. Literally doesn't do anything. Or maybe it does, but no. It literally doesn't matter, right? Where's the proc? The window proc. Try proc, yeah. Yeah, it literally doesn't matter. I wonder why. Yeah, I wonder why doesn't it do anything. Yeah, I really wonder why. Let me, you know what? Let me do what? Let me bind get message W. Yeah, so we don't actually spin. Not pick get message W. Let me bind this one. Where is it? Yeah, get message W, just like that. So it will return bool. It's gonna be user 32. And what does it have? Long pointer to message. So it's a pointer to U32, right? Right? Oh shit. Fuck. Sorry. I can close that one, I think. LP MSG. Do we have that? No. No, message, I think it's literally like message or something. A pointer to MSG struct, yes, so it's a pointer to MSG, and I'm pretty sure we have MSG. Yeah, we have MSG. So this one, then handle, then this uint is U32 and max U32. That's a pretty easy signature, if you ask me. And here where we pick, we will do instead get message W. We get MSG. What was Casey doing? And then a bunch of zeros. This is gonna be null, and then a couple zeros. Right. Error. Oh shit. My bad. Yeah, now at least we're not blocking anymore, but oh, and look at that. Since we're not blocking, we can literally do this. I mean, since we're not spinning, I mean, I'm sorry. Maybe we can even wake the thread up. Will that be possible? Platform wake up main thread. Or not? Yeah, no. Still, this still fucks us up. I wondered if it fucks us up because monosodium glutamate, what? Oh. I mean, post thread message should actually wake us up anyway. Yeah, here we're not spinning. Can we also send mouse move to the main thread, I wonder? So we also need to do, so let me go to the SOCD input module here. And since we clearly get WM close and WM quit here, right, we can maybe do send, instead of doing this, we can do post thread message W, right? And oh, I don't think we have access here because it's like inside of a module. So what Casey does is he does send message W to the window, right? So once again, we create the main thread. We post the stuff to the main thread. Aha, yes, so this is kind of, okay. Okay. Service window proc is here. Service window proc. It just creates windows. Like it just destroys and creates windows. Yeah, remote thread call handler. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. This is so convoluted. You need to like get events in one thread, post them to other thread, and then you need to duplicate that in callbacks, right? Mm. Yeah. So this means that we will need to post thread message to fuck. Yeah, so it means that like this main procedure that we have, we would need to post message here. Yep. Yeah, so yeah, you see, so now we actually get hovers because we wake up the thread, and since we don't dispatch anything to our window proc, but instead post a message to the main thread. Oh shit, I can't. Yeah, here it is. Now I can properly hover and I get the thread gets woken up, right? So I do that all correctly. But since I don't handle the stuff in my, since I don't dispatch a whole bunch of default messages, I still get this like fucked functionality where, for example, I can't bring my window to the foreground. I think it also only happens because I do this. So, and if I assign tray proc, I think I won't be able to do even that. I mean, no, this kind of still works because I wake the thread up. But yeah, this is so fucked. This is really fucked up. It feels like it's not worth it to do what I do. We clearly proven that it's possible. But just the amount of complexity that's involved, like the amount of complexity to be able to draw stuff in the main thread is kind of high. So to reiterate, we go to the other thread, we create a window there, window together with the OpenGL context, right? Then we switch back to the main thread. We take over the context, the OpenGL context, so it's callable from the main thread. And then we set the render target for simp so that we can render through the main thread. And now, boom, you can render through the main thread. And now we go to the correctly passing the events. So now all the events for window are getting accepted in the other thread, and we need to, some of them handle in place through the default window proc, and some of them we need to catch in our window proc and send them back to the main thread. And then main thread also needs to have a proc where we actually catch those events, populate the events array, right? Yeah, populate the events array and then use it. This is like, and the worst thing is that the way simp and input module were designed is that you kind of just should be able to copy them to your project and start playing around with them, or you should be able to, you know, read them properly. But if you do all this crap, imagine someone who is not that familiar with Win32 API opening that and see all this post thread message, create thread, like some synchronization, like, what the fuck is going on? So I'm not sure if it's worth it, man. I mean, it's cool to have like window resize. But yeah. But yeah. Do we have like mouse move? So if equals, what do I think? I don't really think about Rust much. To be honest. I used to do some Rust back in like 2019. Yeah, but I abandoned it because it's just, I didn't like ecosystem much, because ecosystem of Rust is basically NPM 2.0. It's just like a bunch of left pads and stuff, so I didn't enjoy it at all. Is it move? Else without if what? Ah, yeah, okay, I see. So we do that. Do case. And then we do like case, yeah, dispatch, like that. Okay, we can move our stuff. We don't have a proper like cursor handling, so we have the spinning wheel. Ooh, that's wild. Yeah, default case, here it is. Yeah, and now we can, you see, oh wait, what did I do? I fucked up. Is it because of that? Because I suspend my thread. So it's like is it size? Is it this one? No, not size. But yeah, this is very complicated. I need to have 2 loops and 2 window procs just to have the synchronization, which really sucks. Or alternatively, I can have one window proc, like this one, and I can add stuff to the array of events, and on the receiving end I can read stuff from events, right? So update, let me show you. So this one, yeah. So this entire logic, update window events, it doesn't go through this at all. It uses some kind of like other queue, my like own queue, and it just reads events from that queue. Instead of doing pick message W and, you know, instead of setting up like window proc for the main thread, I just have like a queue where that I read from, queue of events. And this is actually, it kind of looks like Windows, like X11. Because in X11 you have an event queue, but you, in XCB case, you need to double buffer it. Otherwise it gets erased. And this is kind of a similar idea. Yeah. But I really don't like how it's shaping up with the main thread being responsible for the rendering. I totally understand why Casey offloads rendering on the other thread. Because you don't need to dance with the fucking OpenGL context in that all. So like overall, I would say that experiment is like half of a W, half of an L. A W because we made it work. So I feel good about myself, you know, I'm smart and all that. I'm not a total loser. But L because it's way more complicated than I would want it to be. Yeah. And it also means, like the worst thing is that it means that input module and window creation module, they're pretty much, you can't separate them anymore. I mean, it's not like you really can separate them now, but that was always the idea, that you can use input and window creation module independently. And now you cannot. With this multi-thread approach, you literally don't have any choice. Although, if you have your own custom event queue, then you can. Then this proc, this entire proc gets offloaded to window creation. Right? And all the input module does is just pumps the messages from the message queue and turns them into events. I think that would work. At least, like, off the top of my head, I don't think of any like kind of fucked up cases. So this all, not this, but this, goes to window creation. And instead of handling that, so right, instead of doing maybe send this, instead of doing that event, blah blah blah, it will just pump wmchar with param lparam into the message queue for the input thread, and the input thread would accumulate them instead. So we have somewhat of a copy paste for this one in the window creation. Yeah. Which then means if somebody wants their own event queue, if someone wants their own window proc, like, you know, through context, they're pretty much fucked. Because they clearly won't expect, you know, a multi-threaded situation. So always also a W, also an L. Many people just want to breed between C, Rust, and Go. Modern stdlib, minimal GC, no GC, functional, imperative, not complex, no borrow checker, so you can easily refactor. Why hasn't anyone done that yet? I don't know. I mean, it's just everybody has their own opinion on the exact cross-section of those languages, right? Like you have Zig, which is on the scale from C to Rust, is closer to Rust, right? Because it's quite anal. Then you have like Odin, which is on a scale from C to Rust to Go. It's, I guess, like if you get a triangle, right? C, Rust, Go. Then you get Zig, which is closer to Rust. You get Odin, which is closer to Go. I don't even know if Jai fits there like at all. Jai is, you know, there's like a fourth dimension with Lisp, and Jai is kind of going towards there. So it's somewhere on a scale between C and Lisp. It is very good, yeah. I have a like kind of series of streams recorded with like doing some crazy metaprogramming macros. I mean, we can definitely have different languages for different niches. It's definitely not a zero-sum game. Like, absolutely no. It's very good that we have multiple systems programming languages. So you don't have to choose between C and C++. You know, it's very good. Yeah. But yeah, I think my experiment here is done. I'm definitely not switching to that in my program. Maybe if I completely write my own platform layer from scratch and I don't use simp input and window creation from Jai, then I can just do what Casey does and just draw on a separate thread. Well, I can still use simp, right? But I can't use input and window creation anymore, right? So I can do that. I will just draw in a second thread and that will be fine. But I don't think it's worth it to try to plug it into existing modules. Yeah, that's kind of my conclusion for today. Yeah, and I guess on the next stream, what I'm gonna work on is either adding mouse support to Windows and Linux, or I'm gonna work on Linux version of my program, which I released today for Windows. Yeah. My key remapper, that if you want, it's actually usable for Windows. There's a executable release. You can download it here. Configure Emacs for... This was 6 years ago. Don't worry about those videos. Yeah, okay. I'm not configuring my Emacs anymore. I just have a configuration that I like mostly all right with for the past like 5 years or 4 years, right? And I just use that. I might add like a mod or two when I start messing with new stuff. So I have syntax highlighting, but I don't do anything crazy. My Emacs config is very simple now. It's just one file with like 300 lines of Lisp, and most of those are just setting, you know, setting checkboxes. So nothing crazy. I'm not one of those, you know, Emacs fans who would like write their config in an org mode file, then tangle that to Lisp, and then have like crazy ass workflows. I'm not doing that. No. I'm done. I'm super done with that. Like omega done. Okay. And I'm also super done for tonight. Always wanted to get into Emacs, but felt overwhelming with all the keybinds. I mean, keybinds in Emacs, they are completely irrelevant. The only thing that's relevant to Emacs is, yeah, it's Lisp. Let's see if we maybe can rate someone. We have a lot of people today, so let's send it to someone else. So who do we have? Oh, Foxic is programming Cool, we have some Jai game dev.
And it's a speech about...
Yeah, let's go. He's doing game development in his own engine. It's like 3D game when you throw snowballs at each other, like 3D multiplayer stuff. Completely from scratch, I guess. So we're gonna rate him. And yeah, thanks everyone for watching. I really appreciate all the follows, all the support, all the help in the chat, the most important one. Here are my shill links. Discord is where I post when I go live. And yeah, YouTube is where my votes are archived. And also some other stuff. And I hopefully will see you tomorrow with more work on my program. Or maybe we will pick some completely different topic. We'll see, we'll see. I have some stuff in mind that I want to explore. To like take a break from my keyboard program. But we will see. And yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Bye everyone.